And I'd call this meeting to order for Tuesday, March 17th for the Natrona County Board of County Commissioners. Can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Coates.
Here.
Commissioner Laird.
Present.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Here.
Commissioner North.
Here.
Chairman Milne.
Here. Everybody stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty. So we had Baker Tilly up, HR and Tracy and everybody else. How y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Could I get your names and what are you here for?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for welcoming us this afternoon. My name is Sarah Town. I'm the Senior Consulting Manager with our Classification and Compensation team here at Baker Tilly.
My name is Madeline Scott, and I am also a manager with Baker. My name is Madeline Scott, and I am a manager with Baker Tilly as well on this project.
We're very excited today to be able to share with you the results of our efforts to conduct a comprehensive classification and compensation study for Natrona County. It has been a multi-month endeavor to engage with leadership and the project team to understand and evaluate the positions in Natrona County, understand their value internally and externally, and then provide you with recommendations for a new pay structure that is designed to be internally equitable and market competitive. So today I want to be able to walk you through our full methodology, what we've used to conduct the study, as well as our final recommendations. So this was a 5-phase process that we engaged with the county. We started in project initiation, really looking at data collection, understanding the current state of affairs. We started also with a department director questionnaire where each department leadership gave us had their opportunity to tell us what issues they had or were experiencing to classification and compensation. Very large data collection effort looking at pay structure, policy handbooks, job descriptions, organizational charts, as well as a census file with all the names of the county employees that we're working for as part of this study. We then conducted virtual communication meetings with leadership to be able to understand, again, introduce ourselves, what is the point and purpose of this study, and have them have an opportunity to ask us questions directly. Throughout this process, we engaged with leadership. So this was never a study coming in and having our marching orders disappear for several months and then come back with a final report. Through each of these stages, we had a lot of engagement with leadership, starting here in the kickoff phase where we got to meet with them directly in kind of a town hall setting. Really what we needed from this initial phase was the job descriptions. Job descriptions needed to be up to date, and they provide the documentation to understand the position. Using those job descriptions, we went into phase 2 of position review. We started by reviewing titles, making sure that every position is titled appropriately. It's appropriate and reflective of the work that it's doing. If it's an analyst not analyzing anything or a coordinator not coordinating anything, we want to make sure that it's given an appropriate title. We then conduct job evaluation. Baker Tilly is unique in that we have our own point factor tool called SAFE, stands for Systematic Analysis and Factor Evaluation. It's a point factor tool that allows us to understand how positions compare internally to each other. How do 2 entry-level positions compare even though they sit in very different parts of the county? How do 2 managers compare? Not all managers are the same. Some have higher education and experience requirements. Some supervise more people. Our system takes that into consideration and gives it a score. It is based off of these 9 compensable factors, the same 9 compensable factors that we use to evaluate all of the positions. So again, we look at the minimum education, the minimum experience required to fill the role, not what the person in that role currently has. We also look at the level of work, the difficulty or the complexity of the job, who they're interacting with on a regular basis, the physical demands, the working conditions or environmental exposures, whether the position has autonomy and discretion to make decisions, what's the impact of those decisions on the organization or the community at large, and then the type and scope of supervision exercise. The result of this process is, again, a score, so we understand how positions compare internally to each other. Because we're looking at the position, not the person in the role, that's what makes us federally compliant with the Equal Pay Act. And again, it's a goal of understanding the value of this position, not the person in the role. From there, we moved on to market. So in our market assessment phase, we again started by partnering with the county and leadership. They, in their department director questionnaires in the first phase, we asked them who we should be comparing Natrona County to in the market. Who are your peer organizations? Who do you benchmark yourself off? And so we created this list of, from their generation of this list, narrowed it to 10 public peer organizations who may look like you, work like you. Similar in scope, similar in size, similar in diversity of services offered. But really what we look for is that movement of employees within the market space. So who are we losing talent to? Who are we gaining talent from? That's a really good indicator that that should be a peer organization. These 10 public peer organizations were then incorporated with some of our published salary source data. That's what we use to represent the private industry. So private sector companies can't call each other up and ask each other what they're paying employees. It's called price fixing. It's not allowed. And so they report into these larger surveys. That's what we use as well to then benchmark if we have positions that are in competition with private companies or private industry. In total, we took 106 positions to market. That represents about 90% of the positions in Natrona County. Again, we don't necessarily have to take all positions to market. We have several career progressions in the county. So we take maybe a level 1 and a level 3, gives us a good understanding of what the position is valued in the marketplace. But best practices say we need to take at least 50%, or we need to calculate 50% of the benchmarks to be able to make adjustments to a pay structure to new market conditions. We take well over that 50%, ensuring that best practice. We have a pretty rigorous quality control process here at Baker Tilly. So we're not just looking at title for title. We really use those job descriptions to drive whether it's a quality match. We're looking at the overlap in duties and responsibilities, similar experience, similar education. You may call it a specialist, they may call it a coordinator, but if the work is fundamentally the same, that's what we're looking for in terms of that quality match. And then we do not weight the data, so no one peer is given preference over another. It's really this law of averages that we're trying to get to, but we do make some adjustments to that data once it comes back in from those peer organizations. So something like work week. If another organization is on a 37 5-hour work week, we want to make sure that those annualized rates are comparable. We may age the data if it's not for the current fiscal year. Here that only occurred with one of our published salary sources, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And then we also do a geographic cost of labor adjustment. I'll talk a little bit more about what that entails. It's not the same thing as cost of living, similar, but it's a little bit of a different metric. These were the 10 public peer organizations to be included in the study. We were able to collect and compile data from all 10 of them. And then you see our 3 published salary sources there representing the private industry, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Comp Analyst, and Economic Research Institute. I will comment that this is a diverse list of peer organizations that you're benchmarking yourself after. Given a county of your size, it makes a lot of sense to be able to have a comparison of other counties, the local school district, the state, other municipalities. This is a really great representation of your current market given the size and scope of your operation. A little bit more about that geographic cost of labor adjustment. Most folks are familiar with cost of living. It's the measurement of goods and services in a given geographic area. It's what goes up and down with the economy. What we look at is cost of labor, or the amount of compensation being paid in a given geographic area. And we want to take those regional differences out of the equation. So this data comes to us from the Economic Research Institute. They have a geographic assessor tool which allows us to drill into a specific geographic area, in this case Natrona County or Casper, Wyoming, and understand what is that cost of labor. You can see at the top there the cost of labor is 98.0. That's off of a scale of 100, the United States average being 100. So you're about 2% less than the United States national average for cost of labor. We take that same indicator for each of the peer organizations, and then you can see the COL adjust column. That's how much we're adjusting the data either up or down. We want to make it a good apples to apples comparison with Natrona County. The results of market. So as I mentioned, we took 106 positions to market, and we were able to calculate market values for 97 of those. The goal here is really we need to have sufficient number of matches. In some cases, we are only finding 1 or 2 matches. We won't calculate a market value if we only find 1 or 2 matches. That's not really a market. That's just you against 1 or 2 other peers. So we require a threshold of at least 3 to be able to calculate that market value. But overall, the study yielded market values for 92% of the benchmarks that we looked at. And then a strength of the data, the benchmarks had on average 5.9 matches, and over 58% of the benchmarks that we looked at had actually 5 or more matches. So again, the more matches we have, the more that we are confident that that's the true market value for a position. And then we compare and look at the reports. So as we are understanding where Natrona County's current salary ranges are at in comparison to market, on average, Natrona County is 1.6% above market at the minimum, 6% below market at the midpoint, and 10.4% below market at the maximum. What we look for is the full range. We absolutely want you to be able to draw talent into the organization, have a hiring rate that's appropriate. Your minimums right now are competitive in market. There's been some work to make sure that we are able to hire. But we are losing ground across the full range, meaning at that midpoint, when somebody's fully proficient in the role, you're lagging market. Even at the maximums, what somebody could potentially earn in that role, significantly lagging by more than 10% of market. So we want to make sure that you are competitive across the full range. You should be able to draw talent into the organization, but we don't want you to become a training ground. You can draw them in, train them up, but they may leave because you're not competitive as people move through this pay structure. Market serves 2 purposes. One is understanding what your salary ranges are and how they compare overall to market, but it also tells us which positions are moving at different rates in the market. So while these overall averages are showing 6% below market at the midpoint, not all positions were below market. 36% of the benchmarks that we looked at were what we call at market, and 13% of the benchmarks that we looked at were actually competitive in market. But it allows us to understand which positions are moving at different rates. Some positions move at different rates in the market. Some are hot jobs right now. Some have received more adjustments more recently, and so they are already competitive. But overall, we needed to make sure that all positions are in a competitive spot. I keep saying the market, so I really want you to understand what I mean when I say the market. So we go out to these peer organizations and we're understanding base pay information. What are they offering as a starting salary, and what are they offering as a maximum that somebody could earn in that role? From there, we're calculating what we call a market midpoint, or the market value of a position. If we take your midpoints and align them to market midpoints, that's what we call a match market philosophy. Most organizations choose to match the market. Some organizations, though, will take that market midpoint and shift their pay structure slightly ahead of it. It's what we call a lead market philosophy. Some organizations want to be an employer of choice and make sure that they are competitive in the market. Other organizations will look at that market midpoint and shift their salary structure slightly below it. It's what we call a lag market philosophy. Some organizations choose to strategically lag because they're in tight fiscal times. They have lagged for several years and need time to catch back up to market. They might be looking at total compensation and not just looking at base pay. They know their benefits are phenomenal. Most organizations are going to choose to match the market, and being only 6% off of the midpoints, working with the project team, we decided to have a match market philosophy for Natrona County. Our goal is keeping pace with these peer organizations, choosing to match what's out there. This is what's going to help us establish your overall compensation philosophy. From here, we moved into phase 4. Phase 4 is pay plan development, happens in 3 parts. An adjustment of a pay structure or a development of a new pay structure, figuring out where each of the positions go, what we call grade assignments, looking at all of the available data, and then people. People come at the end of this conversation because, again, the point and purpose of a classification and compensation study is to understand the value of the position, not the person who holds that role. We want to make sure that the position is valued correctly. We have to make sure that the pay structure is aligned to market, and we look at the positions as well. Here again, we engaged with leadership. We recommended a department head review of these preliminary grade assignments. To date, still stands as one of our most successful grade reviews with a county project. That's just a testament to the project team that really worked with department leadership to make sure that they understood the compensable factors, what we were using to evaluate each of the jobs, looking at the job descriptions, working very hard to separate the person from the position, really to understand the value of that position. But again, we looked through all of that available data to make sure that we had recommendations for the grade assignments. And then we looked at implementation, which we will look at today as well. Broad philosophies of understanding how employees compare in relation to these new recommendations, and a couple of different scenarios to adopt our recommendations. So first step is pay plan or pay structure. If you're familiar with the county's current pay plan, this should look familiar. What we have is a step and grade structure. It has 15 steps with 1.5% between steps. It is 64 grades, and they're all on this slide. That is why it's tiny. Hard to get all 64 on this, but this is what we look at in terms of each range, meaning each position has its own specific pay range. What we also looked at is the kind of health and point and purpose of a pay structure is making sure that it's aligned to market. And in doing so, the midpoint, or in this case, the middle of your pay structure, that grade 7, is what's going to be aligned to market. In a current pay structure where we have right now, your minimums being competitive, we're losing pace. Part of that is just the percentage between steps. It's a lot of steps with not very much meaningful movement through those steps. They're only earning about 1.5% each year, and the pay structure doesn't actually move each year. That is going to make you not competitive in market after a couple of years. So we wanted to make sure that this whole pay structure is actually aligned to market. And what we also noticed is just inconsistencies. So there's an inconsistent difference between each of the grades. So as you go in a position that's maybe 32 versus a 33, there's a 1% difference. In some cases, it's a 2%. It widely varies and it's pretty inconsistent. We also don't know how positions are graded to each of these. Why is one position graded a 32 versus a 33? There's not a rhyme or reason right now. It's just a system that's put in place to be able to understand how positions kind of work together in terms of compensation. What we want to look at is a much more standardized system that is predictable and that has a lot more consistency, so it's easily understood how employees enter into this pay structure and move through it. We also want to make it easier to budget for. So this is the proposed general pay plan. Instead of 64 grades, it is now going down to a standardized 26. It is still a step and grade plan, which means we have a series of grades, but then we have a series of steps as well. In this pay structure, it would be 11 steps. Starting at that step 1 would be your minimum, all the way up to step 11, which is your maximum, and then that step 6 aligned to market, that's representing the market values or when somebody is fully proficient in the role. It is aligned to 100% of market midpoints with that compensation philosophy in mind. It is a consistent 11 steps for all of the grades and a consistent 2% between each step. That's going to get you to that market value a little bit sooner, which was the goal. Each one of these steps represents a year in the position. So if you've been in your role for 2 years, you should be at the 2nd step. If you've been in your role for 5 years, you should be at the 5th step. Employees should be moving annually through this pay structure. As a result, with the 11 steps and the 2% between each step, we have a consistent 22% of a range spread, meaning that distance from minimum to maximum. We also wanted to have much more consistent. How we go from these 64 grades down to 26 is having a consistent, what we call midpoint differential, the distance between each grade. Instead of it being 1% or 2%, it's now a consistent 5.2%. Very clear, meaningful pay ranges where we understand which positions are graded to those. And it looks like this visually. We like to see that steady staircase to the top, and employees like to see this as well. They understand career progression and just a meaningful pay range. So we have those consistent steps for everybody, but as we move up into the pay range, we also reduce the amount of compression and overlap between the grades. I usually get the question of how do we arrive at these recommendations? How many grades, percentage between steps, the percentage between grades? It's not magic. It's a lot more math than anything. If you haven't figured it out already, I'm a giant data nerd. So but this is what we're using, and I'll talk to you about a good regression analysis all day long, but this is what we are using to make our recommendations to adjust this pay structure. Each one of these blue dots represents a benchmark position that we understood in market, as well as the relationship between market and the job evaluation scores, or those SAFE scores. The relationship that we see right now is that if you were to score a position using the job evaluation system of SAFE, you'd be right about 90% of the time in comparison to market. It's a really great relationship. It means that the county can continue using the SAFE system moving forward to evaluate positions. But this is also what we're using to make our adjustments. We have a line of best fit, or the regression line, through this data, and our goal is to build you a pay structure that aligns to that market data. You can see the proposed midpoint and the market line are directly on top of each other. That's our match market philosophy. We also developed a separate sheriff's office pay structure. You have sworn positions. They don't necessarily need us to tell them the difference between a corporal and a sergeant. They have a natural built-in hierarchy. They also are on currently a different system. So what we wanted to examine was, are they market competitive? Can we have some predictability for understanding how employees move through this as well? Right now we have a 6-step system for deputies, 3-step system with varying years and they achieve those steps for the other positions. This is what you have currently: a deputy, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, and an undersheriff on a separate pay structure. It's still a step and grade structure. Each grade is representing for its own rank. And then there's an inconsistent steps across each of the different ranks. Again, starting with deputies, with those 6 steps, they achieve that each year, versus then for our sergeants, for an example, they'll start and be on year 1 and then move to that step 2 where they're there for 3 years, and then move to that step 3 in the 4th year. We also have an inconsistent step differential, meaning as they go from step 1 to step 2 or step 3, it's not the same percentage each time. That's challenging to budget for as well, and it's kind of confusing for employees to understand what percentage am I receiving upon promotion. So what we've developed is a new separate pay structure for the police office, or the sheriff's office, a separate sworn officer pay structure. The goal here is, again, keeping with a consistent step and grade structure. It's 5 grades, each grade representing a rank. It's aligned to 100% of the market midpoints. Again, that same market philosophy that we had with the general pay structure. Consistent 5 steps for each of the ranks. We want to make sure that we have, again, consistency. We have 6% differential for deputies in that grade 1, and then 2.5% step differentials for each of the other ranks, corporal all the way through undersheriff. So 26% range spread for our deputies, that's competitive in market. And then we also have a 10% range spread for the remaining grades, also competitive in market. Our goal here is to reduce overlap and compression between the positions as well. So we don't want somebody that is a long tenured deputy at that step 5 earning more than even a fully proficient corporal. They shouldn't be out earning their supervisor. So you can see throughout this proposed pay plan that there is no overlap in the grades. That's intentional. We want to make sure that we're avoiding compression between the ranks. So building 2 pay structures, and then we have to figure out where each of the positions go. So what we call pay grade assignments, we look at all of the available data. We run through a regression analysis to identify any outliers. But then we took 118 positions and went line by line, position by position, to determine which grade it should go in. We started with job evaluation. So we look at those SAFE scores and ultimately decide if it has this many points, it's going to be in this grade. But from there, we make adjustments. We look at the market data. We look at career progression. If an entry-level position is moving up, it's going to have what we call the accordion effect on the rest of a career progression. We also look at supervisor-subordinate separation. This is the process that we engaged with department leadership. So we, as a group, all sat down and went line by line, position by position to get their feedback and recommendations as well. Throughout this process, though, we are not looking at the individual in the role. We're not looking at their current salary, their performance, their length of service. It's not about the person in the role. The value of this position is, what is the value? Looking at the market, looking at internal, how it compares to other positions. Once we get to implementation is when we start plugging people back into the conversation. So in implementation, we developed and understood where employees are at in relation to these new pay ranges on this new pay structure, and developed 3 possible implementation scenarios. I do have some caveats for each of these scenarios. The first is that Baker Tilly does not recommend a pay decrease for any employee as a result of the study. So no employee will receive a decrease for any one of these scenarios. It's not in our compensation philosophy. Also, these calculations are reflective of base pay only. That's the only thing that we looked at throughout this study is what is the value in terms of base salary. So these recommendations are just looking at base salary. Anything in terms of supplemental pay practices or benefits are not included in our calculations. So then looking at the implementation scenarios, the first is we need to get everybody onto this pay structure. So we look at employees' current salaries, and we place them on the step that is closest to that existing salary without a decrease. So that's just getting employees onto this pay structure. Option 1 represents the minimum action to adopt our recommendations as well. Option 2 is designed to reorient the current workforce to how this pay structure is designed. I mentioned that each one of the steps should represent a year in the position. If you've been in your role for 3 years, you should be at step 3. If you've been in your role for 7 years, you should be at step 7. That's what this implementation scenario is designed to do. So it places employees into the step based on their time in their role. Not full tenure with the county, but how long have you been in your role? If you've been with the county for 20 years but made manager last year, we want to move you appropriately through your new manager pay range. If that results in a decrease, they would default to option 1. So in some cases, moving them to the second step results in a decrease from their existing salary. We're not taking money away from employees, so they would instead go to the closest step without a decrease. Option 3, though, is moving employees who have a step system currently. They're familiar with the step system, so this just maintains that progression of how far they've been into the step system, placing them on the same step that they are currently occupying. So if they're currently on step 4, they would move to step 4 in this new pay range. Granted, the new pay range is a completely different pay structure. It's aligned a little bit differently. That step 4 may no longer equate to the same type of scenario. But this one generally is helpful for employees to understand. They understand how they arrived at their current step. So philosophically, this is what we're looking at in terms of these implementation scenarios. We've worked with the project team to make sure that we're able to customize these, really giving you options, that's something that we hope that you are able to adopt. As we look at this again, it's just base pay only. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about these implementation scenarios. I understand that it is a careful consideration. We look philosophically, understanding what this compensation philosophy looks like. What do you think the employees and the project team, as well as department leadership, would approve and understand? We want to make sure that we have some strategic communication out to all county employees so they understand how they are moving into this new pay structure as well.
Chairman Mel. Joe, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
All right, you talked about the step increases, but one thing you didn't talk about specifically was the step and grade going up. And what is the procedure of that? You know, you're talking about how many years you're in a step and you're constantly moving up. But when you get to the end of that, what's that next level? How do you get to that next level? And I mean, I know that's a question that all employees have
Yeah.
because they want to know what their career choices are going to be and how they're going to move up.
Certainly, because what we've seen is like when we have an organization that has many steps, like your current system with 13 steps. We've seen some that are even longer than that. Those were built in a time when somebody would come into a role and be in that role for a long period of time. They would exist in that one career for a long period of time. So they could be there for 13, 20 years. The workforce is changing where employees are not just looking at growth horizontally, but vertically. How can I move into a next step or the next rung on the ladder? And so the county has worked really hard to develop career progressions, career ladders, as we call them, is going from a level 1 to a level 2 to a level 3 for several different positions. And so by evaluating the positions themselves in market and assigning them to a pay grade, we're able to understand what happens when employees get to that last step in their pay structure and what is that next step for them. In some cases, there's not a next step. Once they get to like the management levels or even department leadership, there's not another next step. So we still want a significant number of steps to accommodate their growth horizontally, which is how we arrive at this 11-step system with 26 grades for all of the positions to be assigned to it. Does that help answer your question?
Somewhat.
Okay.
You know, it's there again, when you get to that end step, yeah, there is progression and stuff like that, but you know as well as we do that people want to look, if they're going to be stalled out when they get to that end step, where are they going to be? You know, do they have that progression? Do they have that opportunity to move up the ladder, and just exactly what that takes? And I understand that there needs to be something specifically laid out according to what department they work for and everything else as far as how to get to that. And so that's kind of where I was kind of going is, do we have that specifically laid out in what you've seen and what you've studied? Or is that something that we need to work on specifically so our employees know that they've worked in this position for 6 years, they're going to be stalled out. How do they get to that next level?
Yeah. Well, it'll take them 11 years before they reach that maximum. But yes, throughout this process and throughout this study, we have looked at career progressions and developed career ladders. So we have a very good understanding of what it takes for employees to go from a level 1 to a level 2, whether that's based off of additional education experience requirements, additional certifications. Those have been laid out as part of this comprehensive study as well. The other component, though, is pay policies and practices. So what happens to an individual employee upon promotion or when they reach that final step? That's something that we're looking at doing, but it was not a part of the original scope of services. Yep. Any other questions on the implementation recommendations?
Questions?
Sure.
My name's Dallas Laird. How are you, ladies?
Good.
I am a person who, on this commission, as they all do, I can't speak for all of them, but I believe this. I am for the employees 100%. And so I always wonder when I see things like this, if the employees will like this. What have you found to be true in other areas where they've implemented your program?
Great question. And I love to talk about our previous work, but I'll also help explain how we arrive here. So employees need to understand compensation as well. They want to understand how they come into a pay structure, how they move through that pay structure, and how they get promoted. It should be transparent. We are public sector after all. It shouldn't be a magic or mystery how people in the county are paid. And so what we wanted to do as we were developing this new pay structure is to inspire some of that accountability and transparency. Make it consistent and predictable for employees to understand. So we have a consistent number of steps, a consistent step differential, consistent distance between each of the grades. A lot of consistency was really inspired to make sure that employees do understand how this pay structure is designed. But to your question about the results of this process and when employees receive this, we also want to set expectations. When we start a study, usually there's some nervousness or factors of, okay, are you going to cut my pay? Are you going to cut my job? We reassure employees, no, that's not the point and purpose of a classification and compensation study. The third question is inevitably, when do I get my pay increase? That's also not the point and purpose of a classification and compensation study. Our goal is to evaluate the positions. Are the positions appropriate and competitive? Are they internally comparable to other positions? And does that make sense? Is there logic behind it? That's what we look at. And in those cases, does it result in all employees receiving an increase? No. Is that hard to understand for several employees? Yes, but we want to make sure that that is held accountable and that we are very clear about what we're doing. Our goal is not to give all employees an increase. It's to make sure that the pay structure and the positions are market competitive. Moving forward, we do have a lot of engagement with continued work with other clients, making sure that they are maintaining their pay structures. Baker Tilly is wildly successful at getting our implementation adopted and them continue using our SAFE system and using our services to continue working on their classification and compensation. Employee satisfaction surveys tend to yield results. We like making compensation structures that are specific to that organization, and it's something that you can use and continue to use for years to come. That was always our goal.
So let's say you have some employees who are extraordinary. They're way above anybody you could currently hire. How do they get categorized in this program you're presenting? Where do you take that into account for what they should make? Because we have some of that here.
Sure.
And it would say, if I looked at this, or if the computer ran it out, it doesn't sound to me like they take that into account.
No, you're correct. We do not factor in the individuals as we're making the recommendations. Think of this study as the base of which we build this compensation foundation upon. But you don't currently have a merit system or rewarding for performance currently. That's something that you can look to in the future if needed. But the goal was to design you a step and grade structure that is predictable for employees. It's based off of tenure or experience. So each step representing a time in their role. That is a clear and consistent metric, but it doesn't take it into account for the individuals. It's fair across all the positions and across the employees, but you don't currently have a system for rewarding the individuals other than moving them additional steps, which would be a function of your pay policies and practices, which is not currently in place. So again, our goal is this foundation. If there's other mechanisms that you want to look at for compensation in the future, like performance or merit, that's something that you can look at in future years. But not what we look
Well,
at
I
as
sure
part of
want
this.
to be able to consider their performance and their merit if they're up for a raise. Can
Sure.
you say we don't do that?
You don't currently do that, no. So that's as we look at a classification and compensation study, looking at performance or merit or an application to the individual for performance and merit was not part of our scope. That is not what we looked at as part of this study.
Why not?
Because we want to make sure that the position is valued appropriately. It should be really looked at as what's the value of the position in market before you're implementing the individuals. The people come next. They're the last part of the puzzle that we start to plug into this conversation. But we also don't have performance evaluations. We don't have it on an individual level to understand what individuals or how they're performing in their roles. There's no documentation that would help us
Prefer to
inform
put
those
their employees
recommendations.
first.
Best practices would be the pay structure, then the positions, and then the people. People are an essential point of that and purpose of it, but by rewarding employees first, you lead to more biased results. You want
You
to,
do what?
you lead to more biased results. You can't account for how employees are performing better than others without accurate documentation. It's a much more subjective process. What we look at is the data behind the position itself. What is the value of this position in the market? How does this position compare to other like and similar positions in the county? If we do that part first, then we look at the people, we're then making it fair for all the employees.
I have to say that doesn't impress me because I want the employees to be first personally.
Sure.
And maybe I'm missing something in the way you're explaining this.
It's not that
I
the.
wouldn't want these people to think that work for us, that we have all this computer stuff that a lot of people won't understand, including me. But I know what people are worth. I really do. I know most of all of them. And they're like a family. And I don't want to change that personally.
Yeah, I want you to be able to retain the talented and high-performing employees that work for Natrona County as well. So when we're doing this process, as we look at where employees are at in relation to our new recommendations, our goal is, one, we're not taking money away from them, but they're also working in a system that has clear and consistent rules, that is predictable for how employees move through this system. That fairness and transparency has to be the basis, has to be the foundation from which you can then look at other factors, considerations of the individual. So when they are extraordinary, when they do commit themselves to Natrona County for several decades, like you do have for several employees that have been here for that long, you have a system in which they are rewarded as part of that.
Thank you. Why don't we continue with the presentation, then we can go down the rabbit holes.
Thank you. All right, so as we're looking at these implementation scenarios, again, looking at the individuals and then moving them into this new pay structure, our goal is to be able to provide you with some implementation options. Option one, minimum action to be able to move employees onto that pay structure. Option two, reorienting them to their time in their role. And option three, keeping them on their same step. As we look at costing, we have this is the same information, it's just broken out by different employee groups. So this first one is for all county employees. We looked at 347 employees and vacant positions. Of those, 125 of them have a current salary that is below that new proposed minimum, meaning they're below that step one. So option one is just to get them onto that pay structure, at least to that new minimum. There are 216 employees that are within range, meaning they're somewhere between that step one and that step 11. And we do have 6 employees in the county that are currently above their new maximum. They're currently above that step 11. That's the case when we have employees, again, mathematically have been here for many, many years. They're already or currently paid out of classification. They will continue. Those individuals are not included in our calculations. Again, we're not taking money away from those 6 employees to get them onto this pay structure. We essentially hold them where they are until the pay structure catches up to them. But in this first scenario, all 347 employees, would receive an adjustment. We just don't factor in those last 6 employees. This does include library and fairgrounds, though. Broken out separately, this is the cost for our implementation for the general employees across the 3 scenarios, and then we also broke it out for the sheriff's office as well. Any questions on the implementation or on the calculations? I'll just talk about 5-phase really quickly because you're in it, which is we'll have a final report that documents our full methodology. Baker Tilly only works with public sector entities to do classification and compensation studies, meaning all day, every day, we're doing this for local government entities. So as a result of that, most of the time our final reports are public record. We can't do anything fishy or shady behind the scenes. It's a lot more math than anything. So we provide a final report that documents our full methodology and our recommendations. Does not produce any employee-specific information, though. And then we like to be able to present and share that information. So we do a final presentation. And then finally is making sure that HR has everything that they need to maintain this classification and compensation system moving forward. That includes all the materials for the SAFE system. There's no additional costs or subscriptions to be able to maintain that. They have the SAFE system down. They can score positions appropriately. If a new position is invented for the county, we can score it based off of this SAFE system and determine a appropriate placement on the pay scale. We did have some additional work outside of what we call the base study. Some of those are complete. We were focused on making sure that we had recommendations, including the implementation costs for the base study. But as part of this work, we also developed career progressions, understanding that what's the difference between a level 1 and a level 2. We also did a benefits comparison analysis in our market assessment using these same peer organizations that we looked at. We compared you to those same entities in terms of benefits. We did not make any recommendations for benefits changes. The goal of that study is really just informational. Where are you at in comparison to these peer organizations? And then we are developing a formal compensation philosophy for Natrona County. And then our final recommendations. So we urge you to, one, continue with the SAFE system and using the SAFE methodology to evaluate positions, using the same 9 compensable factors to evaluate the positions. Having a clear and consistent methodology is going to be helpful to maintain internal equity across the county. Approving the use of a new 26 pay grade system for the general employees as well as the separate pay structure for the sheriff's office. And then approving the position grade assignments that have been reviewed by the project team and evaluated by the department heads themselves and had their input and feedback. And then selecting an implementation scenario that's going to meet your goals, your fiscal goals, your compensation philosophy, and your current business needs. Our goal was never to provide you with a pay structure that would only work for this year, though, so we want to make sure that you have the tools in place that you can use to maintain the system. A fully comprehensive classification and compensation study is a multi-month endeavor. It's a lot of data, it's a lot of information. If you maintain your pay structure, meaning keep tabs on market, adjusting your pay structure annually, commit to moving employees through this pay range, updating job descriptions, you do that regularly, you will not have to do a full classification and compensation study yet every 3 to 5 years. 5 years if you're really good at maintaining it, 3 if we get another wonky pandemic that throws the market into whack. But by maintaining the system and the things that we have developed for you, you won't have to do this large engagement again for several years. And this is our contact information. Jada Kent is our practice leader. My name is Sarah Town. I'm your senior manager and project lead. And this is Madeline Scott, our also manager on the team. Happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Any questions?
So compensation is more than just wage. So when completing this study, was compensation looked at holistically as far as government unit A versus government unit B and how benefits are approached within the wage structure?
Not comprehensively together, but in 2 separate parts. One is base wage itself. So what is the base salary of what somebody is earning or what another entity is providing for that same position. Those are what we drove for our recommendations is, again, getting base pay right. We don't have to pull on the other more costly mechanisms of compensation like supplemental pay practices, shift differentials, certification, all those things that become very individualized to roles and people. But then we did do a benefits comparison analysis as well. So looking at what other entities are providing in terms of those supplemental pay practices and policies, as well as benefits, what they're offering in terms of retirement contributions or health insurance premiums. That was part of our study. We didn't comprehensively put those things together. It's not a total compensation study. It's a classification and compensation study. And for our purposes, those are kind of 2 different things.
Sure. So ultimately, how does that impact this step in grade? So if we're saying that what's presented here, this is the minimum that an employee should take home after benefits are factored in, is that where we're going with this, or is this just this is the base amount and everything should come out of that?
Correct. So this is the base amount, and then from there, benefits, and health insurance, retirement would come out from that, and then any supplemental would be on top of this base information. Goal is, again, the base salary needed to be, consistent with market. So we have that compensation philosophy, making sure that it's aligned to market. We want base pay competitive before we pull on any of those other mechanisms. Anything else is extra.
So just the final point, so we could constructively be below market though, depending on what impacts go to that base wage.
So as far as when we looked at the market data in terms of other supplemental pay practices and information and benefits, you were pretty comparable in terms of these other peer organizations. So there's not a likelihood that if we're raising the base pay, that you would still be below market when it came to the other supplemental practices or benefits to be off of market if we looked at a total compensation. But because total compensation is really specified to the individual as well, it's kind of hard to determine those pay practices across organizations. But collectively, you shouldn't be below market for any of them.
Okay, thank you.
So picking up on that.
Sure.
It sounds like you received information from our peers on what benefits they were providing. Did you also receive information on whether they have the supplemental or the performance pay structures in place?
You'll have to answer that one for me on, did we ask anything about performance on the benefits?
I don't think we asked about merit or performance practices, but some supplemental.
Mostly like certifications and educational incentives, less so on the merit performance side.
So I understand how you want to have this baseline, and that is what I think is a good first step. But looking at it holistically, and being more on the private employer side in my work experience and career, performance is, as Commissioner Laird was saying, performance is relevant. Benefits are relevant, and if I had a better idea of where we fit in with our peers in those regards, and if none of them or one of them or two of them have a supplemental pay structure, I'd like to know what that looks like.
Sure.
So we can be more competitive. But part of me feels like, and I'm not critiquing this process at all, but one way to look at this is that we're being asked to make a decision kind of in a vacuum.
Sure.
And so while I want our baseline to be within market, if we're way high or way low on the benefits, and I think what you were indicating is your initial review or whatever information you have is that we're kind of in line. Kinda is my word, not yours. But I think that's just kind of an observation I'd make. And then the question for you is, how much would it cost and how long would it take to get that additional information on, a true benefits comparison, a supplemental package, at least the existence of it with some of our peers, so that we could look at this holistically.
Yep. We already have the benefits report prepared where we've already compared you to those entities, have aggregated the data. It's with the project team now. That's information that could be out to you within a couple of weeks. It's already part of our scope of services, so there's not an additional cost. We've already done the benefits comparison. But if that's information that you would like to see, that's something that we can provide. I might be speaking out of turn, but I think HR agrees with me.
Is your recommendation, the job evaluation tool, is that an ongoing cost to the county?
No, it's not. So our goal at the end of the study is to make your HR team fully autonomous. So again, the SAFE system is a tool for HR to evaluate positions internally. Same 9 compensable factors used to evaluate all of the jobs. And so the maintenance documents that we provided and all of the documentation is something that they can carry forward in-house. It's designed specifically for you, so it's not something that I can deliver to another organization and say, here you go. These are your positions, your job evaluation scores based off of your documentation. So it's something that we built for you as part of this.
Okay, so it's the methodology, not a licensing subscription.
Now it's all in Excel, so it's a very big document that just allows you to have all the positions.
Going to the implementation, I guess I'll just go in reverse order, looking at sheriff's office, 114 employees receive an adjustment. Option 1, which I think you described as kind of the base minimum, would be an increase of $177,000. Is that right?
That's correct. So this is a one-time payroll adjustment to adopt option 1 for the sheriff's office is 177,000.
One-time pay adjustments. So what, and then I guess, what would it be moving forward? And maybe that's a question for our chief budget officer, but I assume that everything's going to go up. It's just a matter of how much each year, because we bring everybody up to that higher pay.
Yeah, so once everybody's on the pay structure, then it's just a function of how the pay structure is designed to be administered. So each step, again, representing a year in the position, employees would move to the next step on their anniversary date, just like they do right now.
Then looking at the two prior slides, one is all employees and one is general employees. One's 347, one is 233. Both of those slides I guess indicate that library and fairgrounds employees are included.
Correct.
There are other outside boards. Are they included? Just help us and maybe our audience understand who the 233 are, who the 347 are, and who's not included.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Nicolason, if I may, we included the library and the fairgrounds as those are county employees statutorily. When we give increases, we supplement their budgets. So those are the only quote unquote outside boards that are included in this study. So that does include the sheriff's office, as you have seen, and all the other county employees other than the outside boards, as noted.
The cost for all employees, option 1 is $657,000, and options 2 and 3 are $1 million and 1.26, respectively. So I think that gives us an idea of where we are, where we'd be headed going into our budget session. Those are all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, looking at your pay plan, step differential is 2% with the sheriff's office, and the percent increase is 2%. But then when you go to the all employees, it's 3.1, or the general employees, it's 3.8.
On our general pay structure, the difference between steps is 2% consistent for everyone. So as you go from step 1 to step 2, it's 2% across the entire pay structure. That's for the entire general pay structure. For sheriff's office, a little bit of a difference. The step system for deputies is 6% each year. For corporal through undersheriff would be 2.5% per year. Again, making sure that that's consistent with.
Right, and then going to your implementation, excuse me, for the sheriff's office, it's 2%. Then for the general employees, it's 3.8%. Is there?
That's
that
just the
different
percentage.
spread between the two departments or organizations?
Yeah, that's just a function of the individuals now within these. So this is getting employees onto that pay structure. This 177,000 for the sheriff's office, or that 2%, represents an increase of payroll for 2%. For the general employees, that is a 3.8%. That's just, again, where employees are at and getting them onto the pay
And then
structure.
once they're at that point, then they go back to either the general pay or the sheriff's office.
Exactly.
Okay. Sure.
One thing I was curious about when you started your presentation is that there were 9 positions that you didn't have sufficient data from our peers. Those kind of weirdo jobs or I'm not calling out any of our audience, but
Yeah, sometimes there
what
are
do
kind
we
of what
do?
we call them unicorns, not weird.
What are our unicorns?
But yeah, sometimes there are jobs that are just not comparable in the market. We might be able to find one or two matches in these other entities, but it's a really specialized kind of unique role. Sometimes they're just not even listed on a pay structure. It's maybe a fixed rate or just something that's kind of floating out for other organizations as well. But I actually asked Madeline to tell me what those 9 positions are, so go ahead.
So they were the assistant library director, deputy clerk 3, deed conveyance clerk in the assessor's office, the 2 personal property specialists in the assessor's office, so the mobile home and then the business oil and gas, the controller, deputy coroner, chief deputy coroner, and lead cataloger at the library.
Sometimes for some of those career progressions, other organizations might have a level 1 and a level 2, but not a level 3. They might not have a lead like you do. We might only find 1 or 2 matches. We require a threshold of at least 3 to be able to calculate a market value.
Any further questions? Oof, a lot of talking, a lot of information. Thank you.
Absolutely.
If you'd hang out in case we do develop some more questions, whatever, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Danielle or Tracy, do you want to fill in a little bit from the county's perspective? No? Okay. So I guess, never mind. It was a good project. We'll just put it on the shelf and.
I don't know. We've spent a lot of time. This has not been taken lightly. The exec board and everybody, including the department heads, have been highly involved in this. So I feel like everyone understands how we got to this point. I think it's important that it be considered. Last time we did a wage study was in 2006, and it was put on a shelf. So, I think given the time and the effort that has to us getting where we are today, it needs to have a serious look at it. And I think with the last couple surveys or studies that Danielle has done, and we've kind of got ourselves kind of going on a path, you get a 1.5% at your anniversary. That's been nice for me to be able to tell potential employees in the interview process, hey, in a year, you'll get a 1.5% increase. So that's a motivator, and it's nice to be able to do that. I've seen a difference in possibly the quality of candidates, skill sets that are needed when we have the better pay scale, if you will. This project has, I think, made us very aware that we need a pay policy. We need a structure. I think for budgetary purposes, that would only benefit us going forward because we are notorious for throwing numbers at a wall and hoping they stick. Historically at the budget, during the budget session, we have said, okay, let's fund all of this, and what do we have left for employees? And I really don't think that's the way we need to approach this. I think employees need to come first. We need to work from the top down. And I think this is a very good start, getting that on the right track. And again, this will help us get some pay policies and procedures into place, such as a merit policy, because we don't do that. We don't have that. For some of us, don't do job performance evaluations, and maybe that is part of our policy that we put into place. So it's really brought to light how behind the 8-ball the county is, and that we really need to move forward with the way society and the market has evolved. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just need some confirmation. As a commissioner, I need to know how much this is costing us for your fees.
The total contract for Baker Tilly services?
Yes,
I actually don't know that number.
you have a estimate?
I can get you an exact figure, but I don't have that on me.
I really wanted it for the people who are watching.
Sure,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Laird, it was approximately $65,000.
sounds right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to add? Anybody that's part of the study have anything they want to bring up? schedule. You talked way too fast.
Sir. Well, I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Got one.
Actually, this is more of a comment, and it's pointing toward our clerk and toward our HR, that you've stayed on top of this commission to try to keep us where we need to be. And I was pleasantly surprised that, yeah, we have some gaps, but they're not nearly as bad as I had anticipated that they would be. And that's not, yeah, we can take credit for it, but it's because of the people that have pushed the issue. And I do appreciate that.
So policy wise, whether it's merit or just the general pay policy, what's our next steps you envision?
Yeah, well, to Tracy's point is we need some pay policies and practices. So if you have a new pay structure, you need essentially the instruction manual for how pay is administered for employees within this. Starting with a good hiring policy, understanding how employees move into this pay structure and are hired into it, and then that movement of the pay structure on an annual basis, and then what happens upon promotion. We also then look at classification as well. So what happens upon reclassification if a position is changed? Because our goal is to give you a pay structure that you can develop and move into. Positions change over time. Some departments, then have more people that they're supervising or less people that they're supervising. Minimum education experience requirements may change. So as positions evolve, we should be able to have a system in place using the SAFE system and the SAFE methodology to develop and reclassify positions. You need pay policies that explain what that means. The goal of your pay policies and practices is to be transparent for employees as well. They understand what the policies are, and it's consistently applied across the organization. So it's not departments making their own decisions for how employees are hired in, how employees promote through, and then what career progression looks like as well. Everybody's playing by the same rule book. That process is something that we've scoped as part of additional work. It's something that if the county would like to pursue, Baker Tilly has really enjoyed working with the project team, just personally. So we're happy to continue engaging with Natrona County for any additional services that you need.
So through this process, you've become fairly familiar with our county and positions, you might say. Where are you seeing any gaps for pay or any gaps that you can point to that kind of stood out to you as a shocker, or just, hey, this would be nice if they had this?
Yeah, that's a great question, because we did evaluate all 118 positions in Natrona County. But as we did that, it was really looking at
No,
not
I mean,
anything in
keeping it
terms of,
strictly in payroll or compensations or benefits. You did that evaluation. Is there
Yeah.
anywhere that we're gapped?
there's not anything that was like terribly surprising. So there's not any positions that were unique or extraordinary in terms of what we've seen in other counties. I think that you have unique to you is actually the people in the roles. You have several employees that have been a part of the county for decades, in those roles for decades. That's a testament to likely the culture of Natrona County. Not everywhere has that. But that's people, that's not always the positions. Nothing in terms of the positions, gaps, or issues that we really needed to address. Surprisingly, even your sheriff's office, in terms of the sworn positions, are competitive in market. The pay structure that you have right now works. It's just needing to be a little bit more realigned and have a little bit more consistency for employees. But overall, not major overhaul or adjustments to the sheriff's office sworn positions.
Sir?
So if we look at implementing this for all employees, option one is half as much as option three. I think that there's some uncertainty and maybe apprehension about what our revenue is going to look like this year and in future years due to the Wyoming legislature and some of the things going on you know, from a sales tax perspective and some of those things that where we look at where we are compared to the last year and the year before that. I think there are concerns. The question is if we implement option one, which that $600,000 seems like an easier fit in our budget than option three.
Sure.
I'm not suggesting that that's where I would be. I think we need to consider this more fully, but let's fast forward and what are the ramifications of doing that? Are we going to be below market, kind of that midpoint in future years? Uh, what is your recommendation? Do we just kind of bite the bullet and get to option three, or help me understand what things look like if you were to come back and do a post-mortem analysis of this in 2 years, 3 years, and we picked option one today or this next budget session?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm happy to answer it because these options, while they go in order in terms of least expensive to most expensive, it's not in terms of our preference of recommendations. So option one is just that minimum action just to be able to get there. If you were to ask me which one I think Natrona County should adopt, I would recommend option two. Option two is the one that will reorient your workforce to how this pay structure is designed to be implemented, step based on years and position. Option three is nice, but it's gonna maybe lead to additional issues later on. It's something that is familiar to employees. If they're on step three now, they would still be on step three, but it's not the one that is most beneficial to your workforce to really have a consistent metric of where employees should be. So philosophically, this is why we kind of start here, is what implementation looks like before we get to then the cost perspective. But then projecting out where this needs to be, this is just the cost associated with adopting this recommendation for this year. If you went with option three or option two, step based on years and position, and then moved employees each step on their anniversary date, it's very easy to budget for. You'd be able to figure out exactly where employees are at and then where they would be capped at as they reach and approach that maximum. You have a couple of years before that happens, but the idea is to make this system a little bit more budget friendly so you can actually predict where employees will end up. As for your revenue and economic conditions, that's going to have to be a separate conversation.
And there's no COLA baked into this or anything like that, right?
Not inherently, but that would be something that we would look at as part of your pay policies and practices. It is something that we do recommend is adjustment of the pay structure on a regular and annual basis. The market changes. Market changes about every 90 days. And so we want to make sure that we're moving this pay structure pretty consistently. We would recommend on an annual basis, looking at a cost of labor adjustment similar to what we did in the study. How much that has changed. Sometimes it's 0.5%, sometimes it's a percentage. Over the past couple of years, it's cooled, so I think the cost of labor adjustments have gone down. That's just from World at Work standards. But then you still are committing to moving employees through these step system as well. So it would be a COLA adjustment, overall pay structure moves, and then a step. Generally, employee adjustments plus the COLA range anywhere between 3 and 4.5% on an annual basis total.
Questions?
I'm a former professor, so I'm really comfortable with silence and waiting for questions. But I also just relish the opportunity to educate people about compensation. So we love what we do here at Baker Tilly, namely because, again, we only work with public sector entities on classification and compensation studies. We also know that the paycheck that employees receive every single pay period is a direct reflection of their worth to an organization. And if there is a mismatch between how they feel and what they are worth, we want to make sure that you are able to actually have that competitive worth for employees. That if there are other issues of mismatch, it's not because your positions are not competitively aligned in the market. It's not because you have clear and consistent pay policies and practices that apply to all employees. that's our goal, and we understand how meaningful that is. So thank you so much for the opportunity to engage with you on this project. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
I thought you didn't like silence either.
All right. You guys obviously know what you're doing. One question that this commission has received before when hiring outside consultants is, have they done work in Wyoming before? And so my question is, have you done work in Wyoming before, including for any of the peers, our peers that you've included in our study?
We did the city of Cheyenne, but that was several years ago when we were formerly Springstead Incorporated. I think that's the only in-state of Wyoming. We do work in Colorado and other places all across the country, but geographically close to you, city of Cheyenne, I think it was 2018.
I really wanted to ask you both where you live yourselves.
Good question. I'm originally from the great state of Colorado, but now I live in North Carolina.
I'm in Denver.
Thank you. At least somebody close enough.
As long as it's not too windy.
All right. Doesn't look like we have any more questions or anything. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
A lot of work, and we really do appreciate it. A lot of work from the committee as well, and HR and Tracy and everybody that headed that up. Thank you very much. Sheriff, back there, hiding in his spot like normal. No, thank you very much for everybody that's put this together. A lot of good information. We're gonna have to plow through it some more and let it bake and see where we go. But thank you very much.
Absolutely.
See
Thank you
if
so
we
much.
could get that benefits comparison eventually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're ahead of schedule, Sabrina. Ready? Might as well get going.
You all know, and I love when you're ahead of schedule because then I have more time with you.
You're not getting any more time.
There won't be any awkward silence.
Where's that 5-minute timer?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we would like to apply for an LED lighting retrofit with the Wyoming Energy Authority. The grant is for $50,000 and it's a 10% match. We're really just here to ask for your support for it, that we can apply for it, and it would go out of the maintenance budget. So like Garrett kind of
Yeah, I've proposed this before, and this just gives us a little bit more help on top of the Rocky Mountain incentive. I have quotes from the last time, which was May 10th, 2004. I brought this in front, and we decided to set it on the back burner. But anyway, today we're just really asking for permission just to go ahead and apply for that $50,000 grant with a 10% match.
Questions? Dave?
Not a question, but a statement. But I think that's a lot of bang for the buck, considering we only have to come up with 10% of it.
Yes, sir.
Peter? Oh, you were making all sorts of comments just a second ago. Dallas?
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we would look at next budget season by the time we applied and they were awarded, if we were awarded.
Why don't you give an overview of what that proposal was, kind of reiterate what we're looking at replacing.
So with these numbers, let's just, the quick research I did do is we're going to look at a little bit of about a 10% increase in materials, just for retrofitting fixtures that are too old in this building, will need replaced, and from there. And as far as the Rocky Mountain incentive, those percentages haven't changed a whole lot. You do get more incentive now to upgrade to that better package where you have motion sensors in the rooms and also or occupancy sensors, my apologies, and dimmer controls. So they're kind of push that a little bit more. And we'd have to plug all this in to with the amount of number of fixtures, square footage of the areas, all that into Rocky Mountain Power to get the correct number of what that incentive looks like. But what I have is going to be close to what it would look like this year. So if we did one floor to install new LED fixtures, a 5-year warranty, and this is with daylight occupancy controls and dimming controls, it would be about 35,000 for one floor, with the Rocky Mountain incentive of 10,000 back. So the total out of pocket for just one floor would be about 25,000, and an average annual savings of $3,500 a year. If we did the whole building with the same thing with the controls, it's called the Smart Loop. It was 137,000 total. New fixtures, same thing, new controls, dimming, with a Rocky Mountain possible incentive of about $56,000 back, so an $80,000 out of pocket. Plus then with this grant hopefully on top, we're really cutting into that total as well. So that's the whole building. Without that, the whole building without the Smart Loop, where we're just doing the fixtures. I'm sorry, with the savings on a Smart Loop system is about $18,000 a year just in electricity costs. So I mean, we're saving a big bump by swapping.
Who's going to be administering or tracking the grants and the monies? So you'll be working with Nick on that?
Yes.
And then if we don't do the Smart Loop system, the incentive isn't as good, but the cost for the building is cheaper, right? So the out of pocket for the whole building would be about 72,000. Yes, sir. Just this building, this year.
No, I won't help you.
I mean, and also I will say, over the last couple years, we have done some remodeled rooms where those are all LED. These lights are LED now. We've done some of those smaller upgrades to where we're not looking at the whole building, right? But there are quite a few fixtures and quite a few offices still lacking. So these are all just guesses on numbers. I mean, we're going to come in cheaper than that totals.
You're guessing, but you're telling us it's going to be cheaper.
I am, yeah, just because I can tell you how many we can go square footage off the buildings, right? But we're already ahead of the game to catch this building up. This floor alone is probably 60% LED lighting, based.
Don't want to hear from you. Just talk louder. Does that include any of the external lighting? Or
Lead the fifth.
is that going to include any of the outer parking?
Those have already been upgraded. Most of our parking lot and exterior lighting has been upgraded. A few of just your small entrance overhead doorway lights have not, but as far as projections in our parking lots, those have been upgraded. But yes, that does include them as well.
Any questions? Any thoughts? Dallas likes to spend money. Anybody else?
I like to save money, and it sounds like we're gonna save money.
This is a big help. And like I've been schooled on, this is something we can look at multiple years in a row. And it's not just LED lighting, HVAC equipment as well. This is something we can try to chase year after year and really get that energy efficiency up in some of these older buildings and get that incentives. Exactly. Yes, sir. In the long run, it's going to pay for itself in a short amount of time.
So what's the commission's pleasure? Forward or what?
I think we should move forward.
Yeah, go for it.
I think we should go forward.
Yeah,
Okay,
in
Peter.
favor of it, do we need to make a motion now, or do we just, have enough to go off?
I think it's enough to go off of now. I think during the budget is where we'll decide how far we're
I don't
going
like
to
to make a
dig into
motion
our
on a
pocket.
guess.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I don't want you to. During budget, I'll have those exact figures and propose those of what it's going to cost us in the budget for the building.
Thank
This is just looking to get the go-ahead for that,
Go ahead. and
which
start
would
your
potentially
time.
would only be 5,000.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Garrett, what are the, I mean, is this a guaranteed grant or is this, so there's no guarantee, so.
Yeah.
So when will we know, when will they award the grants?
The grant period ends, so the applications have to be in by the end of May. So I anticipate June. I have applied for this grant in a previous position and was awarded pretty fast. So assuming they're on that same timeline, we'll know
Okay,
pretty quick.
okay.
It's on a guess though. Or you want just a motion for them?
I'll make a motion that we move forward on the grant request.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against, same sign. Nope. Okay. There you go. Motion passed.
Thank you, commissioners. And since we have another 15 minutes,
No, we need to
I would
talk
like
to Mike.
to. No, no, no.
No, no, no.
On behalf of the Hell's Half Acre Committee, I would like to cordially invite you all on May 8th from 10:30 to 1 p.m. to our grand opening. Visit Casper will be providing burgers and dogs and would love for you all to serve the public. And you all have a Hell's Half Acre. It's the grand opening ribbon cutting. Chamber will be there and the public will be there for the
Let's go for
see
it.
the boardwalk walk and all that. So I'll see you all there. It's only 2.5 hours of your time.
Send it as a. Right.
I
Where
did.
the-
It's on your calendar right now.
I'll see it.
It's on there.
Again?
10:30 to 1 p.m. May 8th. It's on a Friday. And every one of you it said on your calendar was available, conveniently enough. Thank you all.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna be out of town.
Use Dallas with Tesla.
I had a client who owned Hell's Half Acre.
That is out
Had a
I
rep-
slept at Hell's Half Acre.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Van Irvin owned it.
Mike? Thank you, Sabrina.
Like a burger at Hill's Half Acre.
I'm telling you, they used to actually have good food.
Good afternoon. So I'm here to speak, that's a little loud, about the ECS agreement that we had. I think some of you had some questions on my memo, maybe. As you recall, we had them do the preliminary engineering study, and that came in under budget. That was $23,500, and they only spent $20,678. But we had all these other numbers. They've adjusted them a little bit because it's been some time since we had to buy the property, and all that just got delayed. So they have a preliminary survey to do yet, the geotech investigation, structural, mechanical, and civil drawings. That brings that to $55,125. And then there was a mechanical, electrical, civil, structural engineering as well. That's another $7,500. And then the construction engineering services for structural, mechanical, and electrical. So that's another 22,210. There's subs involved in that. So that brings that number to 95,935. There's an additional survey layout and materials testing. I didn't include that in that number at this time. I think that's not that big a deal to lay that building out. Then the testing, the only thing I think they're gonna end up testing there is probably cement. So we can probably do that on an as-needed basis. I can probably do that out of my other budget, but basically, the funding for this was budgeted in the road funds account, and I budgeted 94,700 in that account, and obviously I'm a little short, but I can make that up. There's money there to make that up in that account, because some of our other projects haven't even got off the ground, for instance, Squaw Creek and some of those. So I checked all the numbers yesterday, and that's not an issue. So if you have other questions on this.
Go ahead.
Mike, I guess my question is for you and for council, and that is, we're going from a $25,000-year-old agreement, amending it for an additional 95. Did we do an RFP before? And should we, or do we have to go out for an RFP this time?
We didn't do an RFP, and we utilized them to do this to begin with because of the parameters of the money that was set up for the Indian Affairs thing. They're outside of that right now. They don't have to comply with the guidelines that are in that if we bid it. So we were paying this out of a different account than that money just to try to head off getting into that requirement. So we hired ESC to prepare that, and they proposed everything. We just didn't award it all at the time. We just went with the preliminary study to see where we were at and what the feasibility was. And obviously, the building is going to be more, that's another story. We've got 1.3 million set aside right now, but we're going to need another 901 depending on how it bids in. Hopefully it's less, I built that building on the mountain for our shop for around, I'll just round it off to 500,000. It's about the same size building. It's just hard to believe that things have gone up that much.
So, setting aside tribal consistency requirements, and the federal regulations pertain to that, I think our policy, I was wondering if our policy comes into play here on need to get the RFP, to send out a request for proposals. So from the policy that we adopted, and we can deviate from that if, I think it says if we find good cause, but it's just a question for us procedurally if we need to. I like ECS. I think they've done a good job for us time after time. I think they've been very reasonable. All that said, Ashley, I don't know if you have any ideas on that.
Commissioners, was actually trying to pull up the specific language for the RFP policy, and of course, I'm not able to pull it up electronically for whatever reason. But without looking at that language and seeing if exactly what the policy says, unfortunately, I can't really advise one way or another, because it really just depends on how we word the RFP. Because I know when I worked at the city, we would have had to have gone out to we would have done an RFP for something like this when something goes above the RF threshold.
Well, I think that threshold's like 50,000, isn't it?
Yeah, other questions, concerns, discussion on this topic?
I'm just not sure what the rule is.
Okay. So Ashley, if you would, because we need to proceed, according to our policies and whatnot, can you try to continue to find that and circle back to us with that tonight?
I can definitely try. Yes.
Okay. If not, then find out later this week and come back to us, and we can have a discussion at that point. If you can hold off for a little bit, or we could sell Tracy's trailer and just use those funds to.
Well, we're at a point, they've done some design, preliminary design. I mean, you're gonna, in a sense, be starting over. So you go out to bid.
And that would be some justification for keeping the project going through them as well. But I just want to make sure we're
Right.
covering our bases.
Yeah, I thought there was something in there that the commission could waive it, but I can't remember myself.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I was thinking that there were options that we could waive if
Right,
there,
I
if
just
there
wanted
was,
to know
if,
what
yeah,
that
if there
is.
was a good reason. So,
Right.
I'm sorry, I had to step out for a second, so I probably missed part of your conversation there, but, yeah, so we don't have to start all over from scratch, so.
Right.
Okay.
No, I don't want to start all over. I just want to make sure we're utilizing the language properly.
That's fine.
Do we have time for me to ask him a question about a county road?
After the next topic, that I'm sure he's waiting for. The grader.
Oh,
So we had a bid for the CAT and we had a bid for John Deere graders. Can you explain to us what the selection process was and why we went one direction and not with the other?
okay. The selection process was basically a bid that I put together, same bid I've put together for 23 years for Caterpillar equipment, just to be honest about it. And there's parameters in there that a lot of other folks can't meet because they don't build the machine. Quality, all around, all the materials are heavier in a CAT. The wear items wear longer, the oil changes are longer instead of shorter, and there's a lot that adds up to it. But there was no contestment to the bid to begin with. There was nobody asked for addendums, nobody asked for anything. Deere took 47, I think, exceptions. Some of them are minor, wouldn't bother me a bit. They offered us a machine to run, which is the machine we would have been getting similar, and we ran that for a few days. I ran it, two other operators ran it, and they hung their hat on that you could run it just like a CAT, and steer it with the actuator device on the left-hand side. It's got a steering wheel. CAT does not have any steering wheel, and you can get blades real good at slow speeds. When you get into a snow plowing operation, when you have a wing out there and a dozer on the front and cars all around you, you can't use that device after you get out of fifth gear or you're off the road. So you have to use the steering wheel, which takes your hands off all the other implements, whether you're left-handed or right-handed, depending on what you grab the wheel with. I went in the ditch twice, and so did my operators. And of course, we weren't plowing snow. We were just adding speed to the machine and trying to steer it. So that's an issue. The steering doesn't pass the safety test. That's why you have a steering wheel. They had to put both devices in there because they haven't quite got that figured out for the steering, and the seat won't adjust. Where you are is where you are. It'll go forward, but it won't go back. And there's no windshield wipers on the side windows. But we never get snow on the side windows because the wind doesn't blow here. And you know what I'm saying? We don't get ice, and it's crazy that those wipers aren't there. The bolt size for the cutting edges is different, so we'd have to stock different cutting edges. They're 5/8, and our CATs are 3/4 inch. differential lock, which is your four-wheel drive basically, won't work when you're stuck in the borrow pit if you're trying to articulate. It kicks it out because it's direct drive, it's not a clutch. Cat doesn't do that. Braking surface, the size of the brakes is half of what Cat has. Yet the machine almost weighs the same as a Cat. Cat has 3,700 square inches and Deere has 1,700. Cat increases the power to the six-wheel drive automatically when you turn the six-wheel drive on. Deere doesn't, the engine pulls down. That's critical when you lose speed, when you're already trying to not get stuck. And most of this applies to snowplow. The Deere machine's excellent machine for contractors. They don't plow snow like we do 6 months out of the year. Their machines sit idle, they get 500 hours a year, and that type of application, that's fine. Cat builds their own transmission, Deere doesn't. Theirs is an outsourced transmission. There's no joystick control for your wing, your front plow. It's all finger stuff, and it's not where Cat's is. You got to move your fingers back here, which takes you off the blade, the mechanism that lifts and raises your blade, your cutting edge. Joystick in the Cat's right here, and it does all the functions of all three of those implements. So your hands run on a lot of stuff. And the fluid life, I already mentioned that, is half of what the Cat is. I mean, their changes are more often than Cat's. I mean, Cat goes 5,000, they go 2,000 and 3,000 hours. So and their capacity of fluid is less, but that has issues too because you have heat buildup. You don't have as much fluid running over things to dissipate heat. Then Cat has a feature that's called stable blade. So when you're blading, and all rubber tires have a tendency to start jumping, which makes washboards in your road, even though it's brand new. And Cat's got a mechanism in there that feels that before you do, and it shuts down the power to the engine, takes all that hop out. So that's a nice feature that John Deere doesn't have that. So I talked to Park County today, and they got some machines up there on a 2-year lease, John Deere's, and they got 4 Cats on a 5-year lease. And they feel that by leasing them and turning them back, they don't have the cost of maintaining them. And they really don't, because they'll get like 40 grand in 2 years off of John Deere. They'll get 40 grand back. Of course, they'll have to get another machine. You gotta be able to run those machines 10 years, give or take on what's going on with them. But they have the same problem. The men that have run Cats can't run the John Deere and steer it. They've had the same thing going off the road. The Cat has a feature where you can put your blade on the ground when it's 30 below and circulate all your hydraulic oils to warm them up. John Deere doesn't have that. It won't let you do it. And that's kind of critical when it's 30 below and you're trying to get the machine warmed up. They have trouble. They told me this, I haven't tried this, where you kick the whole blade out to the side, and it takes a while to do it on any machine. You fix your cutting edge or you cut side hills. We don't do much of that, but we do kick it out there to change the cutting edges. He said it takes 10 times, it's 10 times harder to do on the John Deere. They found out in a tunnel, their machine died and the hazard lights don't stay on because in their machine, there's no key. So when you get out of the machine, you hit a button to kill it, and the only lock is on the door. There's no machine physically in the machine, so no key. So they found out when it dies and they killed it. If you just kill it, then if you have your flashers on, they don't work anymore. So there's a bypass. Obviously it's a circuitry thing, but that's kind of crazy. I didn't know that. I talked about the cutting edges. They had the same issue with the bolt pattern. They didn't like the seat adjustment, their operators. They installed fans on the windows because there's no wipers to try to get enough heat over there to melt them off. They don't run wings like we do, which just surprises me up there in Cody that they don't, but they don't. And I don't know if you've ever seen one of our blades when it comes in at night, even with wipers. And there's a lot of times you get out and peel it all off because you have to. But wipers definitely needed in order to have visibility. They
So I get the long and short of it.
well, that's it. That's all I have. So, but yeah, those are the features that I've got issues with, and mainly the steering. For what you're saving or spending here, if we hit one car traveling across town because we can't steer, you've spent that money. God forbid we kill somebody.
Any questions? Go ahead.
I'm a guy that's never owned a Cat or a John Deere, so I decided to go ask some of my friends. Of course, I always take your recommendation because I think you're the expert, so I'll leave it there. But my understanding is John Deere is a good product and Cat is a good product, but is our fleet all Cats?
I have one John Deere that's really old. It's a little grader that the Parks Department had, and we still have that. Road and Bridge doesn't run it. We fixed it up, and the Parks was running it for a while. It's a good little machine it's a finish blade, real tiny. But the rest of our equipment, there's 28 pieces of Cat equipment in the county, including Parks. We have some backhoes that aren't Cat. We got a case backhoe. That was low bid. We've got some John Deere
Do we
track
have any
mowing.
issues getting things fixed with the current product?
No. Matter of fact, there's times we have something broken, they'll give us a machine.
So is that, it seems to me that your employees are all used to using Cat?
They're all
Cat
Cat.
parts?
They're all Cat.
Um,
And it's hard to put them in something else. Everything's in a different place.
Yeah, what a few of my friends in the certain businesses have those say it's very difficult once that's your fleet to put another vehicle in that's different. You're having to train people, it may be different to get it repaired. Does that seem that that's an issue?
Well, the repairs are similar on the John Deere. We would have to buy all the software to be able to go out and set the computer on them and find out what's wrong with them, take the codes off of them. A lot of the machines still have to go back to the manufacturer dealer because that's true with our heavy trucks too. There's certain things we can do and certain things we can't do. They've got you locked out.
So we have a difference in price, right?
There's a big difference.
$40,000 or something?
Yeah, well, altogether it's 50. I don't have that out here, but
So is everything you told me, is that what your justification is to overlook the difference in price because you're getting more for your money with a Cat than you do with a John Deere?
there's more features and the machine's just better built for what we do. I don't know, if you'd have to come get in the cab of one of them, either the John Deere or ours, our Cats, and look at everything there is going on, you feel like you're sitting in a 747 cockpit.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in there. There's a lot of switches. There's a lot of lights. There's features that everybody's just growing. When I first started getting these machines with no steering wheel, nobody liked them. But after 2 weeks of being in them, I couldn't get them out of it because you don't move. Everything's in your hands, everything. And there's no steering wheel. And our loaders are starting to go that way. Everything is going to joysticks. But the difference in the John Deere is when you move our joystick over, your wheels go with you and they come back when your hand comes back. On a John Deere, you move that stick over there, you take your hand back, but it goes to a dead zone. So those wheels stay over there. And now you see you're going off the road, and so you try to come back with that, and now they go over here, and now it's too late. You're already going off the
Would
road.
that all cause confusion for your people who have been?
Well, it's confusing, but it just doesn't work right. That's why they have to leave the steering wheel in there.
I see.
That's why they've left the steering. Everybody wants to get rid of the steering wheel. They just haven't got it perfected yet.
I see.
And it'll run at low speeds, grading roads, no problem. But when we start moving snow, it won't steer unless you sit there and steer the steering wheel, and then your hand's not available to run the other implements. But, you know, and I got a big problem with the, no wipers on the side windows. You know,
So
it's
the
just,
John Deere, are you saying the John Deere really didn't fit your specifications for?
well, they take 47 exceptions, and some of those are the windshield wipers.
I see.
But, I mean, they have to, because that thing's written, that spec's written around cat. And, you know, I really gotta be honest about it. I was open-minded about trying their machine because they offered it to us. But, we had a recall on it while we had it. The brakes locked up, and then they told us that's a recall they're gonna fix. And the, def pump went out on, which could happen on a brand new cat too. So we couldn't run it because we lost all the def, which is a fluid that is pumped into the diesel to make the engine run right. But
So one last question real quick. What I'm really concerned with is that we're being fair to our purveyors of different kinds of equipment here in Natrona County, and that we take a really close look at what we're purchasing. And I don't want to discriminate against anybody. And I'm hearing you saying that you believe that the product that we've had is superior and can do more and what have you, and that compensates for the difference in price. Am I hearing that right?
I think, real simple, I think you get what you pay for.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mike, I trust your judgment and experience, right? Nobody up here would question that. I don't think anybody in the county would question that. That said, you know, we've been contacted by RDO,
I do.
the low bidder. Their perspective is, because I read those emails and I talked to that guy, and their perspective is, CAT writes the specifications. CAT does this side by side, you know, this alternator, that alternator, and my question is, did you have a chance to go over these 20 items that you've got in our packet with the RDO people?
I spoke with him on the phone last week and told him, you know, that the exceptions, there's a couple that he marked yes on that weren't yeses. And, I was up front with him. I mean, just look at their alternators in that packet. One's an automotive alternator, the other one's industrial.
One's 100 and the other's 150, and
Yeah, and there's different amperages and there's different costs on all of them, but the reason they can be cheaper is because they are cheaper. The machine's built cheaper. And, you know, doesn't even have windshield wipers.
Mike, do you think it would be fair to allow them to respond in writing to these 20 items that you've provided to us? Because I don't know that they've actually seen this other than in our packet.
Well, I think they, in a sense, they have responded because they bid no. They couldn't comply. They can't comply. I mean, they don't make it.
And, you know, and this kind of goes back to other instances where we've had non-Wyoming machinery, Caterpillar bidders on other pieces of equipment be concerned because they were the low bidder in those other situations. And so we just need to make the right decision, and I know you want to make the right decision too. I don't know if we need to make this decision tonight or if we allow RDO to respond to these things and then we make a decision in 2 weeks. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the bids are good for 90 days, so we were within that envelope, but I honestly don't know how they can answer. What are you gonna say when you don't have windshield wipers?
Mr. Chairman, Mike, I operated a lot of equipment over the years, and I do understand very well that the fact that you don't have any other John Deere equipment in the fleet right now, and trying to train people on different things and the safety hazards that you brought up with, and the difference in the equipment itself. Yes, I understand that we need to have examine every bid that we have come in, but personally, I don't have any problem with what you've suggested, and we're comparing different machines. Yeah, they may be the same, approximately the same size, but you're comparing different machines and different features. And I believe that we need to watch out for what's best for the county. And because of that, I don't have any problem with approving this.
Well, and I'll be upfront with you too. I'm not throwing their bid out. I was with an open mind till I went and ran that machine and couldn't steer it. That's in the winter. That's 100% of what we do. When we get up to speed so we can throw that snow clear off the road, and you got to sit there all day on a steering wheel. Once you've been in a machine that you don't have a steering wheel, the operator has no fatigue. This thing, you got to reach up there. Well, you can pull the whole thing towards you too, but then it sits on your knees because the chair won't go back. And the other safety feature in it is if you stand up while it's running, nothing shuts off. Cat, if you get out of the seat, everything shuts down, the brakes set and everything. This machine, you got to lift the whole armrest up with all the controls on it to shut it off, to make sure it's safety mode. And I can see guys trying to stand up without a seatbelt and run that thing, and that's crazy. They will. That's the old way you used to run machines. Graders used to stand up in there. Nobody does that anymore. I mean, it's just crazy. But I can't believe it's built that way. When you get out of the seat in most all other machines, they shut off. The hydraulics are killed and the machine stops.
Yes.
How long have you worked for the county?
Well, I'm going on 23 years, I think.
And you're giving us this recommendation to buy the cat. I want to make sure I understand that.
I am.
And, well, is there anything that would change your mind in the next 2 weeks? I mean, from what you
No,
understand.
I'm hard and fast on the steering issue.
Yeah,
The other things, you can live with some of that. Is it going to cost me to go get a wrecker more often to get it out of the ditch? Yeah, that's $500. But because it won't be, that's the other thing. You can't lift this machine up with the moldboard. I can lift all our cats up and turn them around and walk them back up on the road when they're stuck.
right.
This machine won't let you lift itself.
I got that part.
So, that's big bucks.
And I don't understand about 60% about running a cat or a John Deere. But I am in favor of giving people a fair chance to explain their issues.
Well,
If you're solidly entrenched in this opinion, and nothing is going to change it, I don't want to waste a bunch of time either. Now, if I don't know if anybody from John Deere is here even.
I don't think they will be till 5:30.
Well, there is a gentleman back there, and I don't know, it's up to the chairman whether he allows somebody to come up and speak to us, but I have complete confidence and faith in you, and I don't question it. But I also like to see people who are doing business in this county get a fair chance. Now, I don't know.
So with that said, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Your opinion and everything on that. If we have a chance, I do have another question for you, even if it's on a sidebar, so don't run away if you would, please.
Okay.
Did anybody want to speak about their John Deere? Okay, why don't you come on up here? Appreciate you attending. If you could identify yourselves, position in John Deere and whatnot.
Push the button.
Yeah, once the screen is good.
All right. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it. I'm Jeff Eastwood. I'm the general manager for RDO Equipment. I oversee our stores here in Wyoming.
I'm Jason Camp, Regional Sales Manager for Wyoming. Regional Sales Manager. Sure. Is that better?
again, I do appreciate the time and allowing us to at least have an open conversation. My concern here is not necessarily so much with, what is preferred by the county, but just to get the facts out on the table. And I think that's where we're lacking a little bit here. Where I come from, I'm looking at some of the pieces that I have seen, and we did get a chance to look through these and make some notes. One piece that was brought up was dual brake accumulators. Our machine does have that. It was recommended, or it was called out in the statement that we only had one, so we do have redundant braking systems. That's just one example. Machines typically equipped are within just a couple 100 pounds of each other. And, I don't really want to go line by line, but we certainly can do that with some of them that I think is important call outs. The biggest one that I see in the pictures, just looking through, that have come directly from our competitor. This was bid an all-wheel drive motor grader. The exhibit you see, where it talks about the front axle and the front spindles. They're not comparing all-wheel drive motor grader spindles. The spindle on the Deere in question is from a four-wheel drive machine versus a six-wheel drive machine. So that's where I take issue with a lot of the facts that are stated in this, and I think it would be well within the county's time to take a look and where we can have the time to lay the facts out on the table, bring John Deere in to talk through some of these discrepancies that are listed here. Again, the same piece with the front axle spindle as well as the bearing. It's smaller bearing that they're showing in this sheet is a four-wheel drive motor grader, not a six-wheel drive. So I think there's some discrepancies here in what we're looking at, and we'd like the opportunity to be able to address those in an appropriate manner. We saw these, I think it was the first time yesterday, and have 4:30. Well, so that would be our ask, if we could table this decision at least for today and have the ample amount of time to be able to address these line by line and do it in an appropriate manner.
On the PMs for fluids and whatnot, is that accurate what they state given us?
So they're not even comparing the correct model. They're comparing a G, where actually a P is what we're quoting. So that is a completely different model than what all these comparisons are. So that's why we'd have to go line by line to get the correct information out there for you.
One other large discrepancy, just to call the note, when we talked about fluid capacity was brought up as one with 7.5 quarts of engine oil. The machine actually is 28.7 liters of engine oil. So it's 28.7, which is right there with the 30 of the CAT machine. So there is significant discrepancies in what was provided to the county. I can only, again, I'm not in the business of making assumptions, but what came from our competitor to do that with. There's just inaccurate information here on the information provided to the commission.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry.
how do you address the steering factor? Because, I mean, did you provide the machine that Mike was looking at to him to operate? And if so, then how do you address that when you have several of his operators saying that there's an issue associated with this, and other counties are also saying that there's a direct issue with this as well?
I would liken it to this: when you trade your pickup in or any other piece of equipment or car, things are going to be a little bit different. We have other counties in the state that historically for years have run a John Deere motor grader. I've had the same argument from Sublette County many years ago, where they absolutely went against the CAT machine because it didn't have a steering wheel. It comes down to operator preference, the training side of that. RDO, our culture is based around safety. We surround ourselves with manufacturers that surround themselves with safety. We wouldn't put a product out on the open market. We wouldn't represent a product that wasn't considered safe. We plow hundreds and hundreds of miles of snow across our footprint of 90 stores across North Dakota, Minnesota, and all those, where they move a heck of a lot more snow than we do here. And we are the preferred provider in most of those markets, along with Bighorn County here in the state of Wyoming. And like I said, without going into any further detail, it comes down a lot to an operator preference and a training perspective as to how that goes.
Okay, so that, I mean, but basically, that's what Mike just said. His operators aren't comfortable with it. Mike's not comfortable with it.
I
And
don't know that.
I'm just saying, they're the ones that are operating this. They don't have any other John Deeres in the fleet right now. They have Cats. And I'm not saying that your machine is not a good machine, so don't misunderstand that. But I have run a lot of different types of machines over the years, and every one you get into has a learning curve.
Mhm.
And if you've got that learning curve, then it creates a time gap, and sometimes that time gap can be very detrimental under bad situations.
I guess what it comes down to for the bottom line, from my perspective, is if we want to have a competitive bid process, let's have a competitive bid process. Let's write a spec around a machine based on horsepower, net torque to the ground, the job that it can do, not based around on whether it has one wiper here or it has the right light on the right spot of the machine. I think we're at a tremendous disadvantage when something is spec'd so specifically that we have to take 47 exceptions. We don't do that in other counties. We don't do that with other pieces of equipment. That's kind of where I draw the line with this. I don't feel we have a competitive bid process in Natrona County at the moment.
Commissioner Nicolason? No? Mr. Laird?
I'm the guy that doesn't know anything about these pieces of equipment, how to run them, or anything else. I've always felt John Deere had a good name, thought Cat had a good name. One of my considerations is if I got a whole garage full of men that don't want to learn how to run it, because they've been working on something else. Commissioners long before I ever got on started buying Caterpillars. I have no idea why they did that. And so I know in my own experience, I bought a car that was different than all the cars I ever owned, and it's now sitting in my garage, 3 years old with 3,000 miles on it because I never drive it. It's not the same as my other cars, and I just don't like the feel of it. I did call around. Now, do you gentlemen, I don't know anything about your facility here or anything, but do you have a similar repair facility that Cat has here?
We do. Yes, we have.
You don't have to send things out? What about parts and stuff like that?
Parts availability was addressed in this bid as well. We actually offered to help supply the county in the bid with not necessarily wear items, but parts to help offset the cost of adding those to the fleet. There's a spare tire included with that.
Yep. Cutting edge. It was a whole credit that we would be willing to give the county through RDO that you guys could use for wear pieces as you go along.
To try and get this past just a name on the side of the machine and to have a fair shake at trying that machine
Well,
out.
that's the part I want to make sure you get.
Mhm.
Is the
And I
fair
appreciate
shake.
that very much.
Although I have to tell you, I trust Mike. I have to rely on him and relied on him for years and what he's saying. And I have bounced that off some other people. And they do tell me it is important that if your employees don't want to run some equipment, you better be careful there. But I mean, I go test drive vehicles to see if I like them. And some I do, some I don't. But if you don't think you're getting a fair shake, I turn to the chairman because he's going to decide on that. But I do think people should get a fair shake.
And with that, we're running tight. Just hold on for a second. What's the commission's pleasure? Any suggestions, discussion?
I don't want to drag things out, Mr. Chairman. We push things off and off and off, and they are here. What could you tell us that you can't tell us today?
There's a whole bunch of stuff they wanted to go through.
There's a number of line items. I've talked with, and Jason has kind of taken the lead on this to actually bring our motor grader experts in to address those pieces before the commission, if it's the commission's pleasure to do so, to where we can have our true experts. I mean, again, we do this on a day-to-day basis. We sell the machines, but we're talking about the engineers and whatnot to actually talk to these points, right down to the amount of steel that we use. That I don't want to waste anybody's time, but I feel that it's been brought up, that's been opened up, and I think it's an appropriate thing to do, is to address that.
I have one last comment about that. I'm really not the guy that you need to convince. You know who the guy you need to convince is? He's sitting right back there.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
That's the way I look at it, but I want to make sure you have the fair shake to
So-
do that.
So, yeah, I want to be careful about second guessing our road and bridge director. At the same time, I'm hearing from RDO that it would like an opportunity to respond to these items. That was told to me yesterday, and you're indicating that you haven't had roughly 24 hours to look at this. The bid from Wyoming Machinery is good for 90 days. I asked the question about, well, what about in 2 weeks? I don't know that there is harm to the Road and Bridge Department not move forward on this tonight, to table it. Frankly, I don't personally need John Deere people flying in and talking over my head, because I guarantee I've been in these kinds of blades, and I'm dangerous with them. So I don't need that, but an opportunity, a meaningful opportunity for you to respond to these items in writing. Then we can make what I would consider to be an informed decision, and it would be a fair shake. And you might not prevail on this one,
Understandable.
but that's how I'm looking at it.
Mr. Chairman, they haven't addressed what Mike's concern is, and that's the steering. Your comment was it's all operator, and it is operator. I'm not disagreeing with that, but when Mike has gone out there and actually operated this, and he's had other of his employees operated, and they both said the same thing. The safety concerns are what I'm concerned about, because when you start switching guys back and forth between different types of equipment, I don't care if it's a car. You know, you start moving back and forth between an automatic and a manual transmission. There's nothing wrong with either one of them, but the operator is the one that makes that decision. And if you're not familiar with it, that's when the problems come in. So I'm sticking with what Mike's recommendation is, and it's because of the steering factor. It's because of that safety issue that's directly associated with it. I'm not disagreeing with you on the rest of the stuff that you're talking about, but the safety issue and his operators not feeling comfortable with that, and Mike not feeling comfortable with it, yeah, it is a competitive bid process, but at the same time, when there's an issue that's been brought up by our superintendent and his employees, then I'm going to go with that.
I would just question the timing.
The license assessment, if you bring the best guys in here, I'm a lawyer. I can understand legal principles, but this other stuff's gonna go like this. You two, I think you two are good gentlemen. I think you're being fair and honest, and I think we need to be fair and honest with you. And so, he's made a suggestion. I think you got, for me, if Mike sees all your stuff, comes back here and says, I'm gonna change my mind, then I've gotta go by the guy who works for us. You guys are in business, but I want you to have an equal chance here. You're entitled to an equal chance under our laws in Wyoming. And so I wanna make sure you get that. So, but maybe these other guys who've actually driven these kind of machines know more about it and all of that, and I know that Mr. North does, but I'm still saying, if our people don't want to operate the equipment, I don't know what to say here. You see, do you hear me on that? If you
Yeah.
come up and you sit in my seat,
I completely understand.
I'm going, I don't want to have a bunch of employees that refuse to even run the machine, you know? I'm in here all day long saying I'm for the employees.
We,
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to table this to the next meeting with the understanding that RDO can get everything that they need to respond to this. If they don't respond to this as they've asked us to take a look at, then to me, the matter's settled. So 2 weeks notice on that. That's my motion.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and second. Those in favor?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
for
sir.
clarification, this is for a written submission prior to our next meeting, correct?
Correct.
Is that the motion? Thank you.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. So 2 weeks
Thank you, Commissioners.
for that.
I appreciate your,
Give us time to look it over, right? Not the day before.
I may need an interpreter.
Are you saying you're a layman at equipment operation?
come on out, we'll let you blade the yard. Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate it.
Oh, let's do Ashley first. Ashley, update from county attorney's office.
Yes, I will try to keep this as quick because we are running a little bit behind now. What I've been doing is I've been working with the Board of Appeals concerning the International Electric Code. We're doing some amendments to the resolution because there was some amendments done. I've been doing that. We have our third meeting this Thursday. We have 8 of those meetings total, so it's gonna be a little while, but that's one of the things that we've been doing. East End Road, we haven't heard from 2 property owners. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send out another letter in hopes that we can just get those 2 specifically. I'm gonna send those certified, in hopes that we can get a response from those 2, because we're just missing 2 out of these. If I don't, then we're gonna have to go through the same process as Squaw Creek. Additionally, we're working on getting some bypasses for some bridges that need to be fixed. We're running into some issues with some property owners, so I am doing some research to try to find out what we can do concerning getting some bypasses so we can get some of these bridges that are falling apart fixed. And then on a good note, we hired a new legal assistant. She starts April 1st. I'm really excited. She has a lot of legal experience, and I think she'll be a very valuable asset for us. And then also, Chairman, Commissioners, I did find the our RFP policy. It's in our employee handbook. It looks like the only the only exception to the RFP is for emergency. If an unanticipated or emergency circumstance occurs where a county office needs to make immediate repairs, the county office may select goods and services based on the availability of a qualified provider of the goods and services. That's the only exception that I'm seeing in our policy as it's written.
Do you need to review it further at all, or?
I don't think so. It's pretty clear. Anything that's 5,000 or more says a county office shall request formal bids. We're not allowed to do split purchasing, so we can't split these up really, to try to avoid the, over the threshold kind of thing. So
With that knowledge, what do we want to do with the design?
I would say we go out to RFP. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Further discussion on that point? Okay, well. You want a motion or anything on that? Ms. Maines, or just pulling off the consent? No, we need to go with the RFP process on that, Mike. We need to do the RFP for that process, if you would, please. Thank you. So,
So the motion to remove item A from the consent agenda, the amendment to contract with ECS for design for new voting machine storage building.
Have a motion? Have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye. Those against, aye. None against? We're there. Okay, we're going to take a break. Dallas needs a burrito.
Chair. Were we gonna go into exec? Cause we did have
We'll
some.
do exec after. We don't have time.
That's fine. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. All righty, 5:30, we're back in session. Thank you for your patience for our little break there. Do I have a motion for the consent?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would make a motion to remove item 3C, the Road and Bridge bid award for 2026 motor grader, from the consent agenda.
Have a motion?
Second.
Motion and second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Motion and second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And both passed. Okay. Do we have anything for contracts, agreements? Anything? I'd say nope. Everybody's just looking at me, so take it as no. Okay. Public hearings. Notice of adoption of establishment of County Road 502, known as Squaw Creek Road, as a county highway by prescription in Resolution 11-26. We have any drawer? There's nothing in the drawer. I have a pen and another pen.
So you have the improvise. It's been a bit of a so
Here, this is grace of wood.
Now declare the public hearing open for consideration of resolution or notice of adoption county resolution 11-26. Establishment of County Road 502, known as Squaw Creek, as a county highway by prescription. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, rules of Natrona County Commission, and other applicable laws. May we have a report from Madam Clerk? Nope, from the attorney. This is what you get for improv.
I was confused there for a second. Yes, Chairman, Commissioners. So we had sent notices to property owners on February 6, 2026. We also sent an amended notice on February 18th, correcting some errors that was on that first notice concerning name, the road name. And along with that amended notice, we also sent the survey so that people could see that. We mailed out 57 notices, 34 were tracked as delivered, 19 was returned undeliverable, 2 was in transit at the time of the notices were due, or objections were due, and 2, the tracking was unavailable. Additionally, we published the notice in the Casper Star Tribune. That was published on February 14th, the 21st, and the 26th. Additionally, we held a meeting on March 4th with Road and Bridge. We had several property owners attend that meeting, and we were able to answer some of the questions that some of the property owners had concerning the project, as well as maintenance of the road and so on. Additionally, I emailed you this afternoon a kind of a amended resolution that just changed some of the wording in the therefore to account, because we did receive 2 objections, which should be in your packet.
That's that.
That is all I have.
All righty. This time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of resolution -26 to approach the lectern. At this time, I'd ask those individuals Once again, those who wish to speak in favor of consideration of resolution 11-26 to approach the lectern. And final time, those individuals that wish to speak in consideration of resolution 11-26 to approach the lectern. Seeing none. This time I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of resolution 11-26 to approach the lectern. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of resolution 11-26 to approach the lectern. And we got one. Name and address, please, sir.
Name's Condo Edwards, 3870 Squaw Creek Road. I have some questions about it because we had that meeting and now it's considered a highway, so I want to know what the difference between County Road 502 is and a county highway. So what is the difference and what can they do about that? What is?
Go ahead.
Chairman, Commissioners. So the state statute calls pretty much all county roads highways. And so we have to use the language that is in the state statute. And so that's why it's called a highway. It doesn't change the structure of the road at all. It doesn't change width or any of that kind of stuff. It's just that that's what the statute calls it.
Okay, so with that, are you guys planning on changing Coates Road's name also to a highway? Seems how it's a county road also.
We're not changing the names of any of the roads.
Changing it from gonna go back, do Coates Road, make it a highway also.
We're not necessarily making anything up, like a highway in the term of what most people think of a highway. It's just what a road, a county road is called. It's not changing any of the names of anything. It doesn't, Coates Road's not changing,
So
Squaw Creek's not changing. I think we did Circle Drive. Circle Drive didn't
trying to
change.
make sure that there's nothing difference between a highway and a county road.
Not as far as statutes are concerned.
Mr.
We just
Chairman,
went through this with Bates Creek Highway,
Yeah.
County Road. And it doesn't change anything. It's just
Okay.
designation. It's legalese, you know, how the legislature wants to designate it rather than a road, a highway.
Okay.
If there's somebody back there that could maybe run with that if you didn't like the highway use
Well.
or terminology. But yeah, it's just a name. It doesn't do anything.
I just wanted to I wanted to clarify, make sure it wasn't gonna be used as more of like a highway or a county road.
No, it's just
Not
the
considered.
designation, just a terminology.
Okay, because if, say like a highway, you can permit it on it through the state.
Yeah, no,
Want to make sure we're not gonna be able to
nothing,
do that. Okay,
nothing changes.
okay. Next question is, I know we were asking that meeting, we still haven't got definition of exactly what is being moved, or like somebody's irrigation ditch that's right on the corner, if that's gonna be affected or not with these easements or right-of-ways, you guys call them now, what's gonna be affected with that? We have not got confirmation on what we're gonna do with that. You guys looked at that at all?
Basically, we established the right of way that's there now that we've maintained for all these years. And there are some encroachments of ditches and whatnot, and we don't intend on moving any of that. Now, if we damage it or, had to put a culvert under it or through it or something, it's all gonna be put back the way it is. We aren't gonna widen the road any from what you see today.
And is this gonna be like a right-of-way easement, right? Am I correct on this? It'd be an easement or a right-of-way? So when you guys take part of that land for an easement, does that mean we lose part of our property and all our titles have to be changed from a, say, 2.4 to 2.2 2. So now when we go to sell it, we're selling 2.2 instead of what we bought. So are you guys gonna reimburse us that, and are we gonna have to keep paying taxes on it?
So it is considered a right-of-way easement, or road easement. I don't necessarily know about the tax stuff. I mean, that would be with our assessor would have to. But
Or, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that the assessor's mapping department will look at the meets and bounds description and overlay them on the deeded parcel that, for example, you or anybody else along there owns, and then make an assessment of whether or not that change, if any, is a material change in the value of the property. Now, what that analysis is and how our assessor does that, I don't know, but basically the mapping department does kind of a before and after. And then I think that's a great question for you to ask the assessor, you know, whatever May or whatever the deadline is, so probably sometime in May, just to see if there is an adjustment. If it's an upward adjustment, I'd squawk. But I don't think that there would be. I think you've got a pretty good case that the adjustment wouldn't be impacted or changed at all, since it's basically just following what's already been on the ground for all these years anyhow.
Okay. So with that easement thing also, instead of doing an easement, I'm sure there's plenty of people on there, up on Squaw Creek, that would be more than happy to give a written permission to park on my property or their property for equipment that he needs to get off to the side of the road through the night or whatever they're waiting on. I know there's a lot of people that would rather do that than try to give an easement. Is that a possibility?
Well, if I understand your question, that came up at the meeting. A lot of people offered their frontage within their property to park contractors' equipment and that type of thing. I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding on, the right-of-way that's there today has been there forever. We've mowed it, we've plowed it, we've, done everything you do on right-of-ways, culverts and whatnot, drainage. And so we're not changing any of that. And some of these folks' lot pins came right out to the edge of asphalt. And they've never used that property. It's just a messed up deal. And so we are correcting that. Obviously, we're going back to the fence lines that exist, which is where the right of way everybody feels is. And so the property was never used really by the landowner. I agree with him. He probably paid for it when he bought his property, but nobody's used it, and without it, we don't have a road. So, and people were sent out originally notices to do easements. We didn't get any of them back, so we went this route to do the acquiring of the road as it is. But I think where you're talking is where people offered their land to park equipment or stage. We call it staging, and a number of them did that. And that would be up to the contractor that's awarded the job to get those agreements.
Okay. Well, on another note, I've been up that road, lived up there. My grandparents homesteaded in the 50s up there. I personally have lived up there 20 some years. I've never seen you guys come up and mow. I know you guys do plow, but I've never seen a mower up there because I mow the ditches for at least 3-4 houses on each side of me. So
We appreciate
I also use my skid loader and plow a lot of the stuff that
appreciate that.
doesn't happen up there either. So
That's why you don't see them up there. You're already taking care of it.
So, I mean, yeah, you guys do plow the roads, and I just have a hard time wrapping my head around losing land for an easement.
Yeah.
when I don't think it's necessary. When you're only expanding 6 inches, which is outside of my pin, which is only a foot from there, so that still leaves me my 6 inches difference between where the pavement is and where my property line is. And I know there's a lot of people up that area that feel the same way, that about the tax stuff like we talked about, and I will get a hold of the county assessor and find out about that. But I just don't think, I think there needs to be more thought into, and like we asked you guys at the meeting, can we put stakes up and show exactly where this is gonna be? It would be a lot easier for us to see it than to try to read that. Cause that didn't tell me anything, and I survey and I do all kinds of stuff, but without the equipment, you're not gonna be able to know exactly where the stakes are. I do know where my pins are exactly, so searched for them, and the pipeline water comes right across my property, so they had to know where my pin is there. But like I said, it's only 6 inches off the pavement, so, or a foot, and if they add 6 inches, I'm only 6 inches off there, which I'm okay with. And I do use my property all the way up to the road. I got trees that are out there, plus I mow all the rest of it, and I put my own culverts in there. So,
Appreciate it. Do you have anything else for the board?
nope, I do not.
Okay, thank you, sir. And for the third and final time, at this time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of resolution 11-26 to approach the lectern. Seeing no others. There being no others, to speak for or against consideration of resolution 11-26, I now declare the public hearing closed. Discussion.
Mr. Edwards does raise an interesting point. If we're taking his land, it might diminish the value of his property. Mr. Nicolauson's more familiar with the statute than I am. If we took it under eminent domain, we'd have to pay you. I think under this statute, maybe we don't, but I'm not absolutely positive on that. I know we took this up in another area, and I actually voted against it. And I probably would vote against doing it here because I just don't think I don't want to accidentally take people's property and diminish their values. And I don't have any idea how the assessor's going to handle this. I think Mr. Nicholson explained it. I think he's right. And then how she looks at it may be entirely different as to how we've looked at it. Now, is this a big, huge issue? Mr. Edwards, I don't know. I don't know if, I think Mike could tell you more about it. And so maybe Mike ought to address this a little bit. I'd like to know, Mike, if this is it's big enough to possibly diminish the value of their property and create problems, or is it going to be a good thing for them?
Well, here's the real answer to that. Right now, we don't have an established county road, which also means these people don't have access to their properties, illegal access.
Right.
So here's the other side, is we're going to improve the road. We're going to pave the driveways. We're going to put in new culverts. We're going to pave back to their fence line, which I call the property line, even though the property pins outside of that. And so we're going to improve their properties. That should bring a value probably equal to whatever we're on paper taking, in my opinion. Some of these aren't very much. Others were ditches encroach, drainage ditches or irrigation ditches. That's a little different, but we're not taking that. It's still in place, still going to operate. We aren't requiring any special treatment there.
What's all this going to cost us, do you know?
over 2 million probably.
So I would look at that as maybe an improvement that they hadn't counted on.
Well, it's gonna be better than it is,
Yeah.
and the road probably won't last another year the way it is.
Ah, okay. Thank you very much.
Further discussion.
We have several roads around the county that we're gonna be going through the same process, and everybody on this board already is aware of that. The fact that when they surveyed this, they took the center line of the road and went from there. And basically, they're not really taking any additional property that, they're not changing where the road currently is. I don't have any problem with it because of that. If we were actually going in and changing the whole layout of the road in the direction that it was, that'd be a little different story. But since all we're doing is basically taking the center line and recording what we currently have, so that those people that do live up there will have a legal easement and access to that property, then I personally don't have any issue with this.
Else? We have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion for approval of Resolution 11-26 for CR County Road 502, the establishment of that into a county road, official county road for Squaw Creek Road as a county highway.
Second.
In favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. All right. It's time for public comments. You like to address the board? Make public comment. By all means, please come forward. State your name and address, and let us know what you're thinking. Wow. There's faces and nobody wants to come up here.
Don't beg them. Don't beg
I'm
them.
gonna beg them. I'm gonna make them all come up here.
This is gonna be a tough one for you guys.
Name and address.
Jim Harvey, Squaw Creek Road. And my question is Squaw Creek Road going to change the name to Platte Creek Road? And if so, when? They did that on all of the creeks.
I know, but that was BLM, that wasn't us.
Well, but
That was
But
the
it
federal,
would-
that was the federal government, not the county that did that, so don't hold us to that standard.
if that's a county road, and if that's gonna change, I would think somebody in here would know.
Nobody's changing the name to anything.
Good. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Not from this board anyways. Sir?
Yes. Greg Warger, 7,000 Coates Road. I want to take this opportunity to just thank you for the last couple of years and what you've done. And I know you do a lot more than what we witnessed. And every once in a while, it's good to just say it's appreciated and it's recognized. Thank you so much. And if anybody in their comments can address the Supreme Court issue that's forthcoming and how just what our participation is to the extent you can, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Anybody else like to make a public comment? Going once? Twice? Here we go. We got a taker. Name and address, sir.
Steve Logan, 5280 Squaw Creek. I've been in contact with Mike and stuff, and if they're going to continue to do the work, because I know the pavement stops right by the mailboxes there, and that's where it's going to stop at. And the rest of that, whatever they're going to try to road mill up, whatever they leave there, what I'm trying to talk to Mike about is whoever the contractor is to leave it kind of in that turnaround there. In order for that turnaround for us, because that's where they turn around the snowplow and school bus and stuff like that. So kind of two things I was thinking of is there's a drainage area that's put into that area that I think you guys put in and stuff. That it might be a wise idea if we can get that area either paved, just that turnaround area right there. So the water does drain correctly, because otherwise, us and a lot of the colleagues that live out there are the ones actually making sure that the water drains correctly and stuff. So we're out there during the big, whenever we do get water, that we're the ones cleaning out the grates and doing that type of stuff too as well. So that was kind of one of my suggestions was for that. But otherwise, the stuff that they rotomill up, if they can put it in that turnaround area, and we can haul it up to the rest of the two Squaw Creek areas and stuff going up the roads there, rather than them hauling off the gravel and stuff. So, thank you.
Thank you. Name and address.
Rosemary Spahn, Natrona County resident. Doesn't a prescriptive easement exist on roads after 10 years of establishment when it's not hidden in any way? Isn't that state law? And if you're going to pave and maintain a road such that you're discussing, wouldn't that be increasing property taxes? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Going once, twice, got somebody last time. 3 times sold. All right. Thank you all for coming and giving your comments. Commissioner North.
I spoke with Tracy Sutherland this morning, and I'm happy to say that the majority of the water line going toward Midwest Edgerton is in the trench and being backfilled, and they're just waiting for the tie-in at this point in time. And I know that's something that has been on the slate for a long time, and I know that'll help them out quite a bit as far as getting that new system in there and everything else. So I'm happy to hear that is moving forward.
Thank you. Next. Nothing. Holy cow. Commissioner Nicolason.
Nothing tonight, thanks.
Commissioner Laird. Nothing. Okay, great.
I just
Oh,
have
wait.
a little note about, the case is under appeal, Mr. Werger. I've asked the county attorney earlier, because I figured that might come up as to when the briefs are due. So they're probably close to being due. So, with the Supreme Court, once the briefs get filed and the counter briefs get filed and all that stuff gets done, then they set it for an oral argument. And then they hear the oral argument, and then a couple, 3-4 months later, they give a ruling. So I don't know that anybody could really predict an absolute time frame when this may be over with. But that's kind of just generally, and Mr. Nicholas may want to add something to that. And I don't know, Madam County Attorney, did you find out when those briefs are due?
I have not. I have contacted Bill Schwartz, our attorney, and I'm also trying to find it on file and serve.
Should be coming up. But I think Mr. Edwards, this road thing's going to work out well for you. I hope so. I don't have a crystal ball, but when Mike says things, they usually happen the way he says. So I'm confident in that. And I appreciate all of you coming to the meeting. So thank you all, because you're the folks we do this for, really.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the Supreme Court has established a briefing schedule. If it has, it's a 1-page document that I think our county attorney can certainly get to you, Mr. Worker, so that you can then pass that on to the Casper Mountain Preservation Alliance folks, and then you'll have that exact date, both for the briefing, the 3 briefs, and then for the oral argument schedule too.
I really don't have a whole lot. I do want to say thank you to y'all. It's actually nice to have faces in the gallery when we have these meetings. It's been kind of bare here lately, so by all means, please attend if you want to. We do appreciate it. On a side point, during our what we used to call our work session, Baker Tilly came in and gave a presentation for a works compensation study that the county did. I want to again give my thanks to them, to the electeds and department heads and staff that has assisted in this study. We are in a people business to serve you people that are out there, part of the citizenry of Natrona County, and us people, also the citizens of Natrona County. We need good people to help us. And to get those good qualified people, we at times have to make some hard decisions and have to come up with some money, which people need to live with. It's not just because you work for the government, you don't automatically get the free cheese. So I do want to thank everybody, and we'll do our best and see where we can go from that during budget. Other than that, good night, and again, thank you for coming out. Is this mine?
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, hey, no, whoa. Thank you.
I would make
Almost.
Miss-
Y'all can go if you want to. We got business.
we're just gonna talk about Mr. Worker now. No, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of property acquisition and personnel and potential or threatened litigation.
I'll
Got a
second
motion?
that.
Second? Those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're in exec. That was close. I didn't whack nothing.
No, you did. I think they were all
Get somebody prettier. Okay. I mean, it just, no. Alrighty, we're back into regular meeting from exec. I showered. You didn't have to jump
There's too
away.
many phone books in there. You'd sit through nights.
We had some good discussions. We did make only one decision, however. The AMCO reuse board asked for a nomination to be accepted for Terry Lane. City of Casper is looking at it as well. The county has accepted that nomination for the AMCO reuse board position from the county. So hopefully the city is in agreement and he can be placed onto the board. Anything else that we needed to cover? Tomorrow at 5:30. I don't know what you're talking about. What interviews? What? No, I'm not. Never do that. I'm going to